y'all caught me taking a sip of my coffee. Yes, I was sneaking one in, but I was actually looking at something else over here. So I was like doing a couple of things at one time. And of course, my phone is ringing right when I go online. Of course, that's my life. So, what's up, everyone? How are my friends and fellow bibliophiles doing today? It is Wednesday, and I'm going to be sprinting for a little bit. So, I'm glad everyone is here to join me. Let's see. So, if you are new to my channel, I am Kat of Cats and Novel Adventures, and I have really been having a lot more bookish adventures than any other kind of adventures since I started my channel. Eventually, I'd like to share some other things on my channel, but here or there I might, but I have since I started. But mainly bookish stuff. So welcome to anyone who's new to my channel, and welcome back to everyone else who is always here on Wednesdays. I really appreciate y'all. So what is everybody up to today? I am actually going to be probably doing a couple of things. My office looks like a tornado has come through because I am working on different reading projects that all seem to be happening one behind the other or overlapping. And so I have piles of books in different spots. Some of them I'm picking for TBRs, and others are books that I've already chosen that I'm going to start reading. And some of them are from Christmas, which I would like to make a video to show all my Christmas books that I've received. So tonight, I think this afternoon, because I'll be sprinting for a couple of hours, I'm going to read a little from my book, The View from the Cheap Seats, which is selected nonfiction by Neil Gaiman. And I have had this book since 2016, and it's been on my Goodreads since 2016. But it's the kind of book that you just don't read very fast because it's selected essays. So the way Neil Gaiman describes it, as he said, this book is not the complete nonfiction of Neil Gaiman. It is instead a motley bunch of speeches, articles, introductions, and essays. Some of them are serious, and some of them are frivolous, and some of them are earnest, and some of them I wrote to try and make people listen. So you can see I have read quite a bit of it. It's kind of a chunky book, but it was a sort of book that I like to pick up here and there, like if I'm in between reading something. And believe it or not, I have not started to read anything in January. Tonight will be my first night. I'm waiting on a couple of books to come in, and Winterween is starting on Friday. So I have Winterween that I'll be starting, and I'm hoping to vlog. So that's why I said, let me just go ahead and read a couple of essays tonight if possible, and then do some organizing also. And you'll hear Tootie in the background. I don't know why he's barking, but I don't know. It's kind of crazy over here. But anyway, let's see who's with me. Halka, woot woot, Happy New Year. So happy you're here. Hello, Mom's Book Collection. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome back. And Alicia, how are you, Miss Alicia, today? I hope that you are feeling better, because I know last week you were not feeling too well. I hope you're over whatever it is that had you not feeling well. I can't talk today. I will be honest with y'all. I took a nap for about 2 hours. I mean, I woke up kind of middle in it and then went back to sleep. So I feel kind of like I could have probably slept another 10 hours. Because believe it or not, tonight will be the first night that I get to sleep in my bed at night since December the 23rd. I have spent every night since December the 23rd sleeping at the hospital with my mom. And today, this afternoon, while I was napping, she got moved to a nursing home that's like a skilled nursing facility where it's like kind of like rehab. They'll do some rehab. And unfortunately, my mom tested positive for COVID in the hospital when she was supposed to be transferred to a hospital another rehab hospital on Wednesday of last week. And because she tested positive, she lost her spot there. And then we picked another spot and they obviously didn't have room. So it was like a perfect storm between the holidays and the COVID diagnosis, which neither one of us showed any symptoms. And from what I understand from the doctor that told us she could have had COVID months ago and it's still showing up in her COVID test or whatever. So that's the good news, is that even though she tested positive for COVID, she doesn't have any symptoms. She's not sick or anything like that, thank goodness. But with that being said, she was supposed to move to a rehab hospital on the 27th of December, and here we are on January 3rd, and she's just getting moved. So they don't have it to where you can spend the night there. I mean, you could sit in a chair all night, but I don't think I can handle doing that because it was hard enough sleeping on their sofa at the hospital. So tonight, all that long-winded stuff to tell you that tonight I get to sleep in my own bed tonight. Yay! Woohoo! Hey, Jennifer, how are you? Hello, hello, Faye. Hello, Froggy. Froggy, you are not here when I showed everybody my shark teeth. I showed everybody my shark teeth last Wednesday on Sprints, and I love them. What a perfect thing to send to me in the mail with your card, which I love your card because it has a froggy on it. And in fact, my video that I'm going to release tomorrow, if you look really carefully in the thumbnail of that, you might see the froggy eye of that card. And then you'll see it, of course, on the shelf. But so excited. Was working on my bookshelves, which made it to all my books being on the floor, but we're not going to talk about that. Well, guess what? I have bought another bookcase for my living room. I might have mentioned this last week, but I bought another bookcase to match kind of in the living room, the darker wood color. It's the same as these bookcases. They're not expensive. They're at Target and they cost $40. So they're not, let's put it this way. They do their job. I can put books on them and they're not going to fall apart anytime soon, I guess, unless I put too many books on them, but they can handle the weight of my books. So I have that. My husband put that one together. And so as soon as I can be home and have some time to work, this bookcase behind me right here, I can't do it, right there, all of those books are going to go on that bookcase so that he can fix my white one that matches these over here. I'm going to put a white one behind me so that all my bookcases can match in here. And then I'm going to start trying to organize them. I don't know if I mentioned this either. I inherited my friend Shelley's books, my friend that passed away on the 30th of November. And all of those books are in the trunk of my car still. So I've got to figure out which ones I'm going to actually keep and which ones I'm going to read and where I'm going to store them. So right now I have books all over the place and I need to rearrange them. And I probably need another bookcase after that. So I get what's going on. Now, some of my books, I have shelving space over here. It's just, I hate to start putting books on there and they're not going to stay there. So they kind of been catching my stuff, and I need a cart. I need a cart with all of my books that I'm currently reading instead of putting them on the shelves over here. Froggy is currently listening to The Trap by Catherine Ryan Howard. How's that going? I know that there is a book by Tabitha King, I believe is called The Trap. Stephen King's wife. I have it, but I have not read it. I am currently listening to The Heiress by Rachel Hawkins and cooking dinner. Yum. What's for dinner? Please let us know. I hope you enjoy that one, Kat. I want to read American Gods this year. I have American Gods on my shelf. I actually have an illustrated version of my American Gods, and I'd love to, to get into more gaming. This one I'm enjoying okay. It's the kind of thing where it's like a speech here, an essay there. Sometimes he writes about somebody that he collaborated with, but I kind of like this kind of stuff. It kind of gives you some insight into what they do outside of just the novels that they write, or like if they have to do a speech for some kind of a organization or something. I'm working on laundry while listening to Jawbone on audio. When I'm not doing laundry, I am physically reading The Folly by Gemma Amor. I haven't heard of The Folly. I've heard of Jawbone, and that one intrigued me. It has a really neat cover. I didn't realize Gaiman had nonfiction. Never heard anyone talk about it before. Yeah, this is 2016. Let me see if it was published in 2016. Let me see. Copyright 2016. So I had to have picked it up because I date my books usually when I buy them, and this was June of 2016. I haven't been doing that lately, but yeah, this, I don't know if he has any more nonfiction than this, but this is the only one I have, by him. I do have one on Norse mythology by him, but I'm not sure if that's tales or not. I'm terrible. I buy books and they sit on my shelf until I'm ready to read them. Hello, Kristen. Hello, happy Wednesday. Glad you are here. I knew what you meant, Jennifer. I haven't fully committed to a book yet this year either. I've started a few, but nothing has taken yet. But I need to read Barkskins by Annie Proulx. I don't think I'm pronouncing that right. And La Fontaine's Fables for School. Yeah, La Fontaine. Yes, I know about some of the fables. Just because I read a fable last year by La Fontaine. It's a picture book. It was about the rabbit and the tortoise, and not the rabbit, the hare and the tortoise as they're doing their little race. Is Annie Proulx, I know I'm butchering that. Is she the same one that wrote Brokeback Mountain? Because if so, I have Brokeback Mountain, but that's the only thing I have by her. I'm actually still kind of sick. I've lost my voice, feeling better otherwise, though. Oh, sorry to hear that. I hope it doesn't linger much longer. Hello, Jacqueline. Glad to hear your mom finally got transferred out of the hospital. What a relief. Yeah, it's, I'm just going to say, I don't want to offend anybody in the medical community or nursing community. It's not really a gripe or whatever. I just think hospitals are not staffed well enough. And I'm so glad I was there in the evening times, because when we first got in there, they were like every 2 hours, somebody was in there doing something. Towards as the nights progressed, it was like further and further apart. And what was happening is they were just getting slammed with other patients. So I guess they figured, you're here, so if there's a real emergency, you'll come get us. If not, I'm sure you'll help and take care of it. But yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. It's not the right time to be in the hospital for sure. But they had a lot of nurses that, like, they had nurses that actually worked there, and that was their floor to work on. And then we had a bunch of traveling nurses and PRNs come in to relieve because they were short. They're already short staffed, in my opinion. And then they had people that were not able to work or whatever the case may be, or they just didn't have the manpower. And then our nurse, even last night, was not even from that floor. She works on a totally different floor, and she came in to sub last night. That was her third night, but she came to work there because that's where the need was. So it's just so very odd. Popping by to say hello. Hello, Andy. I booped your like button, and I have you running on the side of me on my iPad. And here comes Tootie barking and causing all kinds of cacophony. And Froggy says, glad to hear she's asymptomatic, but that's still a frustrating situation. Very frustrating, because my mom actually lost, if you think about it, she was supposed to go there on the 27th. So she basically lost 8 days of rehab in a rehab facility, because even though physical therapy or OT would come, it wasn't like they only worked with her a few minutes, either to get her up to walk to the door and back, or try to sit on the bedside commode, or to try to sit in a chair for a couple of hours. Not anything like where they were really working it. Now, I mean, they can only do what they can do, because they're not a rehab hospital. They're a regular hospital. Bless you, Kat. I hope you get a good night's rest tonight. I'm glad your mom has no COVID symptoms. Me too. Good afternoon, Swamp Guys. How are you? How are you? How are you? Are you getting ready for the carnival season, which is around the corner? Hello, Courtney. How are you? I have not been to see you on sprints lately because I haven't really been home. I'll catch them hopefully. Hopefully my life will kind of get back to normal once my mom gets back home, which I don't know how long that's going to be, but hopefully she won't be in the rehab hospital, too long. But, I don't know how long it takes for a broken hip to actually heal. I'll have to go back to Last Prince and see. Glad you like them. I do, and I love the card. Hello, Amy. How are you? What are you up to? Richard. Hello, Richard. Stream Hoppers Unite. Oh, yes. I'm so happy. I saw you over there on Andy's sprints, but I got on there kind of late, so I wasn't able to say anything to everybody except hello. How goes crocheting and making spaghetti for dinner? Also, Happy New Year. I like that. I want to learn how to crochet. I would think it would be fun, but I have no time to add a new hobby to my life. That could be my other adventures is crocheting, and I don't know if I would have the aptitude for it, but I want to scrapbook more. That is one thing I do want to do. I've been cataloging and trying to reorganize, so mine are also in disarray. Very good. Hey, question for you. What time of year? What time of year in the way? Well, it's 2024. 2024. Happy New Year. Hello, Mary Lou. How have you been? I hope you had wonderful holidays. Was listening to A Little Life last night. It's all right so far. Good. Hello. We have a new person popping in. David, and is it Andrea Bird or Andrea? Andrea or Andrea? I know people say it different ways. Hi, I'm reading The Heiress by Rachel Hawkins, but I won't get to stay. Got to get ready to go to church. Okay, well, enjoy yourself this evening. Glad you popped in. I appreciate it. I am cooking meatballs, potatoes, and veggies. Yum. That sounds delicious. The Trap is enjoyable so far, but it's a thriller that I'll probably forget in a few days. I meant Cash. What time of year in your state of Louisiana is... I meant Cash. What time of year in your state of Louisiana is morally gray? Okay. Oh, maybe like time of year, like we're in the winter season right now, if that's what you're asking. I'm going to try to pronounce it because my dictation pronunciation is properly Murphy. Okay. Well, just keep trying and I'll try to figure it out. Hello, Nicole. How are you doing? I know you finished that big chunker book that you were reading the last time you were here. Oh, Mardi Gras. Yes, Mardi Gras. Okay, so Mardi Gras is a season during the carnival season here. Mardi Gras Day is actually only one day, but we have a whole season that starts on King's Day, which is January the 6th. That's why I still have my decorations still up for Christmas. And it is like weeks and weeks of constant parties. So you'll have parades pretty much every weekend. There's a parade somewhere around like either New Orleans, Jefferson Parish, on the North Shore where I live. In fact, my little town of Hammond, or it's either Ponchatoula or Hammond, has the Mardi Gras parade. I think it's called the Crew of Omega. We've only been a couple of times, and king cake will be out, and they make all kinds of king cakes. There's all kinds of little parties and festivities. I mean, it's like a big deal, a very big deal. Hello, Brianna. Hi, about to head to gymnastics, but popping in to hit the like button. I appreciate you. Have fun at gymnastics with your baby. I'm currently reading Lost Gods by Brom and loving it. Well, guess what? I'm going to be reading Slewfoot in January because that is one of the books that I've chosen to read for Winterween because their prompts are something to do with witches. So I'm reading that one and I'm very, very excited. And there's a witch on the cover and it's all about witches. Ooh, I've wanted to read Barkskins too. Ooh, we got another person in here. Hope you have been doing well. I'm hanging in there. I'm doing okay. I mean, really and truly, I'm doing fine. Everything is having to do with my poor mom ever since December the 23rd. And then, of course, even before that, I haven't really had time to process my friend Shelley's death at this point, just because I've been doing a lot with my mom. So I'm really hoping that even though I've brought this new thing with my mom's broken hip into the new year, I'm hoping that it's not going to set the tone for 2024 because the last 6 months have been kind of cuckoo crazy, and I'm just ready for some normalcy. I am ready for boring so that all I can do is just read. Hello, Kelsey, my friend. I miss you. I love you. I'm so glad you're here. Yes, Annie wrote Brokeback Mountain. Yes, I have it. And it's a very, very short, super short. I mean, I liked it. And I actually got it after I watched the movie, which I liked the movie. It's a very sad movie. Hello, Christina. Hope everyone is well. Listening to The Color Purple while getting things done. Sharing some love with the like button. Thank you very much. And guess what, Christina? Our Mad Libs tonight has something to do with you. Just saying. And I'm not going to say until we actually get into the story. I'm reading The Romance of the Forest, gothic thriller for Boot Camp Readathon Horror Pick. Excellent. That sounds really good. I love gothic. I love gothic literature. Do, because they always have those spooky houses. We have Mardi Gras in Mobile, Alabama, too. I know. Because when I went in February last year with my husband, we popped in there to go to a bookstore and they had all the barricades. And I think that night they were supposed to have a parade. So I think it's pretty neat. There's a lot of parades along the Gulf Coast. That's why we included that prompt, because actually even Texas can have parades. And I also saw that St. Louis has parades, Mardi Gras. It's really kind of strange. I would never have thought about that, but I don't know. I guess St. Louis for King Louis. I don't know. I am marching with the Chewbacca's on January 28th. They're like a comic on group with over 100 fandom subcrews. I've heard of the crew of Chewbacca's, but I've never been. That sounds cool. I really think that's fun. Yes, you had it right the first time, and that's me who's here. We read together during the BookTube Besties retreat, and I've just not had much time to watch YouTube for a while. Nothing bad, just busy. Okay. Yes, I feel the same way. I am so backed up on watching videos, and I try when I can. And what's going to happen is my friends on BookTube who release something back in the day, they're going to start getting weird comments from me, or they're going to think it's weird. Like, why is Kat commenting on something right now? It's because I'm trying to catch up, because I am one of those people that will go back because I like to complete things. And it just depends. Like if I've discovered somebody who's been on YouTube for 10 years, well, I'm not going to start from the beginning. But someone who's just started their BookTube channel or, has been doing it just for a couple of years, I'll try to go back or wherever I started with them. And I'm so behind, but I will make time for it at some point. Making all my parade throws now. Excellent. That sounds fun. What are you actually making? Let us know. I miss you and love you too, Kat. Tons and tons. And what? Now you got me wondering. Yeah, because it's about a story you told. So I'm pretty sure it was you, Christina. And I can't wait because I think it's going to be funny. So I think since I've gotten to the end of the comments, we're going to go ahead and start a sprint. We'll do 30 minutes. I'll probably have to try to call that number again and see if I can talk to. It's probably from the nursing home. I knew that was going to happen. It's like you wait a whole hour and a half and nobody calls. And then the minute you do something, when you can't talk on the phone, that's when they call. So it's like Murphy's Law. Okay. So let's get our timer up. I hope everybody's okay with starting with our normal. Before we go, just so I can fit it in, we do have a Would You Rather. And the Would You Rather for this week is also a winter edition. Would you rather read by the fire or have a winter movie marathon night? I know that's probably a dumb question to ask on, reading sprints, but some of you might rather have a winter movie marathon. I didn't say it had to be all winter long or anything, but, pick a day or something and kind of think about that. What would you rather? I am the same. I like to watch as much of a backlog as possible. I do too. Our friends do all that work. They don't allow plastic beads, so I'm making them out of strings of paper with wood glue. That sounds cool. I like that. That's going to be fun. I hope that y'all have wonderful weather for that. I know it's a little ways into January, but how fun. Read by the fire, Mary Lou says. Read by the fire. Yes, read by the fire. I knew it. I knew what everybody was going to pick. Movie marathon is my anxiety cannot stand fire. Okay, well, that's a good point. So you'll be under a cozy little blanket and watching your movie marathon, probably with something really good to snack on, like popcorn or candy. I have a bunch of Hallmark Christmas movies saved on my DVR from the last 2 months, so I need the movie marathon right now. Excellent. Yes, I hope you are doing so well and you got refreshed during your break, because I know how school can be. I remember those days as a teacher. And we have both, which that's perfectly fine. You can have both. Okay, I promise we're going to a sprint now. Let's start. And share. You know me, I got to talk to myself. See what I'm doing. Okay, so that our timer is set. So I will see you back in 30 minutes. Enjoy. Hello, welcome back. Okay, let me stop this and get out of this. Okay, so I did no reading. I actually talked to the nurse at the facility that my mom is at. I had some concerns and wanted to make sure that they were addressed and that they're aware of it. I don't know. I kind of feel like I don't know, the hospital she was at seemed like really like gung ho, doing all that they could kind of thing. It's almost like once she got COVID, I guess they were just a little wary about, just trying to find a place for her or whatever. It just seemed like these last couple of days, they've kind of dropped the ball on a couple of things. So I just think if you are ever in the hospital and you can't speak for yourself, have somebody in there advocating for you because you just never know. And anyway, so I talked to the nurse and she seems like she's aware of some things, not aware of some things. Glad I was calling. I was kind of thinking about going down there to see my mom for a couple of hours. But what I'm worried about is I'm worried that if I get down there and I have to leave, that she might get sad because I've been with her every night. And I'm not sure how she would, if I'm sure she would understand it, but I'm not 100% sure. So I don't know if I should open that can of worms. And like I said, I'd like to be able to sleep here tonight, get some good rest, and then go first thing in the morning and kind of see the facility and see what it's about. Talk to the nurse that I talked to a few minutes ago and compare notes with her and kind of decide because they already have her having appointments on Monday. And I'm like, how are they going to transport her back to the hospital for these appointments? But I don't know. I guess they're used to all that. This is a new thing for me, so I have no clue about what's going on. And of course, I just want to make sure that they know that she has dementia, but she does realize what's going on. Like, even though she can't find her words for stuff, she's still aware of things. So it's not like you can say, oh, I don't have to do this because she has dementia. She's not going to remember. It doesn't work quite like that. And she's early on with it. So she just can't articulate all the time what she is trying to tell you. So you have to kind of fill in the gaps with it. But, hopefully she's okay. My dad also called and I talked to him for a few minutes. He left her about 3:30ish, almost 4 o'clock, and she seemed in good spirits. So that's a good thing. I just don't want her to be, scared all by herself. But anyway. So that's what I did during my sprints. Hopefully y'all got something done. Swamp Gas is telling me that it depends on whether, because he's answering the question of would you rather read by the fire or have a winter movie marathon? And it depends on if it's a watch along or not. That's a good point. Hello, Alex. Read by the fire for sure. Maybe get some s'mores going. Yes, that sounds yummy. I love s'mores. How are things with you and your mama? They are doing fine, like still no symptoms of COVID or anything like that. My mom's doing pretty well. The one thing I wanted to talk to the nurse about, her white blood count was a little elevated, and it's the first time since she went into the hospital. So I don't know what that means. And that's one of the things I needed to talk to the nurse about. But otherwise, they transferred her to it's a nursing home with skilled nursing and rehab capabilities. And the good news is this facility also has a wing that deals with Alzheimer's patients as well as just dementia, because Alzheimer's is a form of dementia, but it's a different type. I mean, there's a lot of different forms of dementia. I'm learning all that, but she's doing fine as far as like she's in good spirits. This is her first night alone at this facility. So I just have to have good vibes that everything is going to be fine overnight. She's in a good place. She wasn't like she was that weird night. Remember when I told you about the hospital delirium? I haven't told you all the story about that, but I really did feel like I was in like a horror story or a horror movie with the way my mom was acting. It kind of reminds me of the movie The Visit, how some of the older people in that movie, I don't know if you've ever seen it. I think it's M. Night Shyamalan did that movie, but like my mom just seemed like she was a totally different person. And it is all because she was sleep deprived for like 2 days. And they call it hospital delirium. And they don't know where they're at. And they just are not themselves. It was just very weird. But she's doing much, much better since that day. Once that the morning came, she was fine and she slept. And now she's back to normal. I'm going to say movie marathon. That might be a nice change of pace. A fire does sound nice, though. I guess you could have a fire while you're doing your movie marathon, if you would like. Read by the fire, Nicole says. Hello, Margaret. I miss you so much. I have not been on your channel for quite a while. I'm just like, I'm so behind on everything. I miss you. Echo and Amy, movie marathon, but a fire sounds nice too. Yeah, why not? Why not have a fire? Read by the fire. Yes, Margaret, that would be wonderful. Not reading today. I'll be using sprints to grade students' video book reports from December. We go back to school tomorrow. Ooh. Jacqueline, I will be thinking of you tomorrow and sending lots of positive vibes your way because the students are going to be sleepy tomorrow, as well as all the teachers, because I know how I was when I went on break. I tried to stick to my normal schedule. A lot of times I would throw my schedule out the window because I would get up at like 4:30 in the morning when I taught school. And because we had to be at school pretty early on the days we had carpool duty. And so I would try to not sleep later than that, which late to me is like maybe 6:30. But during the holidays, I would try to stay as close to my schedule as possible. Now, during the summer, that was all out the window because then I could stay up late and all that kind of stuff. But yes, I'll be thinking of you, Jacqueline, going back to school tomorrow. I wish you had a few more days and could go back on the 8th. I haven't decided if I'm going to go back next week. Technically, I could go back on Tuesday and Thursday, but because I've had no break these 2 weeks, it would give me some time, since my mom's now in the rehab place, it could give me some time to get kind of caught up and organized before I go back, because I haven't done any of my plans that I want to do for my kids when I go back, because I do that Title I tutoring. So I don't know. I haven't made a decision. If I can get kind of caught up on the weekend, I might change my mind because it's one of those things. If I don't work, I don't get paid. And but I also have to see what's going to happen with my mom. If anything else happens that crops up and then my dad needs me, then I may not be going back because of that. So we shall see. We shall see. Life is so unpredictable. Hello, RC Scott. How are you? How are you? Happy New Year. Hello. Welcome, Tammy. So happy you're here. Tammy is new to our sprints, everyone. She just started her booktube channel, Believe in Yourself. She has 3 videos out. I watched 2 of them, and one of them is precious. She has her granddaughters picking out some books to add to her January TBR. Precious. Hello, Em. How are you? How's the new year treating you? What's going on with you? And Tammy says, I'm going to read by the fire. Excellent. I'm a sucker for fireplaces, so I'm going with that. All right, Froggy. Anna, hello, hello. How are you? How's everything in your world? Because you're in Argentina, right? Am I correct with that? Correct me if I'm wrong, please. 75% into the trap. You're making some good progress, Froggy. Stop just after a sword fight. Ooh, 3 kidnappings and 3 professions of love later. This book is nonstop. That sounds awesome. A sword fight, 3 kidnappings, and 3 professions of love later. Excellent. I didn't read or anything. I just watch YouTube videos. Sometimes you have to do that. You know, it's weird. I guess it's because of the state that I'm in, and I finished my last book on December the 31st, you know, which I need to implement some of the things that I read from that. And believe it or not, guys, I wanted to get credit for my books that I read. So all of my December books, I have not written any reviews. So if you would look on my Goodreads, you'll see a star rating for them, but I have not. And I guess I can go back and write a review for them, which will help me when I do my wrap up for December. But I just could not think about writing anything at that moment. And it's not that I don't want to read. It's just other things are taking precedence. I'm in a little special project, which is going to release tomorrow. So be on the lookout for a new video from me for tomorrow that I'm collaborating with two lovely ladies. So, and then I've got to do my Mardi Gras TBR. I've got to do my Edgar Allan Poe TBR. I'd like to show y'all my Christmas gifts. I've got some things to show y'all today. I'm in a movie marathon mood, but am always up for reading by the fire. Yeah, sounds good. You deserve to take care of yourself and sleep in your own bed. Thank you, Alicia. I just kind of feel kind of guilty. It's like other people get to sleep in their bed, and I just feel kind of guilty about not being there with her. But the thing about it is, I can't feel guilty if I don't have a place to actually sleep, and it'd be different if I was a nighttime person that could just sit in a chair watching her at night because I could sleep all day. That is not the case. So anyway, I did come back today because I had to get my hair cut, and I don't know when I'm going to get another one. So I might as well took my nap. I'm going to have dinner tonight, and I'm going to sleep in my bed. And then tomorrow I'll address everything. Kat, I think you should stay home and get some rest tonight. Thank you. You can visit your mom tomorrow. You must take care of yourself. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You see, my kindred spirits are looking out for me. So I am going to listen to Alicia and Jennifer. Thank y'all. Sending love as you and your family walk through this. I appreciate it. I feel that love more than you know. I got to chapter 43 and got some steps in. Excellent. I need to get some steps in too. I made it to page 118 in the Folly. Wonderful. Mary Lou, I hope you're able to get some good sleep tonight. Me too. Me too. My dogs have missed me. Just even when I took my nap today, I was like, oh my gosh, this is what a real bed feels like. Because even when I would come home during the day, only twice in all this time did I take a nap, and it was like maybe for an hour and a half. But mostly I'm here trying to do stuff. Or like when we came home, I came home for New Year's to spend time with my family. So, because I don't know if you know, but my oldest son is a New Year's baby. Just to say, he was born at 12:01 on New Year's Day, 35 years ago. I'm so sorry you have to deal with all this. I hope things get better with your mama. Me too. I'm hoping there's going to be something wonderful on the other side of all this. I would love to do both as long as the fire is inside. Yes, that's true. Mary! Woohoo! Mary! How are you? Happy New Year! I'll read by the fireplace. Sounds good. I watched Chapter and Converse's video instead of reading, but now I've got to go. Thanks for sprints, though. Praying for your mom and your family. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you being here and hope to see you again soon. Have a wonderful rest of your week and a wonderful weekend. Take the time off, Kat. Again, you need to take care of yourself physically and mentally. Caring for our aging parents is taxing us in so many ways. Yes, it is. The good news is, too, my sister is, she said she's not going to come in while my mom's at the rehab hospital. She's going to come when my mom goes home. So she will get to do some heavy lifting when she comes. I am going to let her do a lot of heavy lifting. How about that? Welcome, Tammy, at Believe in Yourself. I think that's wonderful. Thank you for the warm welcome, Kat. And oh, yes, we're happy that you are here. Yes, I am from Argentina. I'm a teacher, and we're in school summer holidays. So I'm able to stay up late reading. Okay, very good. Yes, I remembered. I was trying to remember that. So I just think that's wonderful that you are in Argentina. I think that's neat. That's the one thing I love about my booktube community is that we can connect all over the world. I just think it's the most fascinating and fantastic thing ever. Believe in Yourself. What is your channel name? I'm not finding it. It is at Believe in Yourself. That should be what it is. I wonder if I can put a link. I wonder if I can put a link. Let's see. Because she commented on my readathon video and I subscribed. Let me see. I could find. Well, I'm trying to look on this. I know I subscribed. Da, 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 da. Maybe your channel name is something different when you look it up. I don't know. That's weird. Let me go back to me. I don't know how to do all this stuff. You'd think I would. I learn as I go. I'm a hands-on person here. Aha. Okay, let's see. Let us see. Okay, here we are. I'm on the channel. I don't know if this will take you. I'm going to try this too. Oh, I wonder if I could just share a video. Okay, let me share this. See if I can share it. Okay. I'm going to try it. See if that'll work. I don't know if it will or not. See if I just put it in the comments, Christina. Working on Vanessa's sprinting database. Very nice. Very good. This is where she lists everybody who's sprinting. I know you got me on there, right? I love the soothing color of your reading room. Thank you. This is my office. When I decided to repaint it, this is where I write. Like I'll work on my blog, and I decided to try to turn this into where I would film. It's not a very big place, but it's bigger, much bigger than when I was in my corner of my bedroom in a very small, tight spot when I first started off. But when I had repainted this room and my scrapbook room, I picked colors that I thought would help with creativity. So they said this was a color that would help with that kind of stuff. So I just think it's a nice color. And then I have like a periwinkle kind of color in my scrapbook room. I want to film in there if I ever do anything with scrapbooking, but YouTube makes it hard to find smaller channels when you search for them. Yeah, I don't understand it. It's like there should be some easy way to do it. It's Believe in Your Shelf, hard to find, being a new channel with the algorithm. Okay, there is, I don't know if you can cut and paste that, if it'll help you get there. I don't know. It worked. Thank you, Alicia. Believe in Your Shelf. I'm so new. I don't even know my channel name, apparently. I love it. I love it. I love that you can laugh at it because I do things like that all the time and I laugh at myself all the time. What can I say? Of course you were there. And the link work, I subscribe. Thank you, Jennifer. Support our smaller booktube channels. I got it in sub. Thank you. The one that I put in there is the one with her granddaughters. It's so, so cute. I was able to go to the link that you shared. It took me to a video called Believe in Yourself. Oh yeah, it's Believe. That's what it is. It's Believe in Your Shelf. Yes, that is where it's going. And Tammy is new and she has 3 videos. I've watched the first 2 and some of her books seem very good. And she's a John Grisham fan. And I didn't know this. I learned something from Tammy. How many of y'all knew, if you read The Firm, that there's actually a sequel called The Exchange? I had no idea. I read The Firm many, many moons ago. In fact, I was working on Justin Wilson's cooking show, and we were in, I want to say, Lacombe, Louisiana, and the director's wife was there and she said, you've got to read this book. And I had never read anything by John Grisham and I read it like so fast. It was so good. And I didn't realize that it was his second book because A Time to Kill was the first one. So I went back and I read A Time to Kill. So back at that time, I read a lot of John Grisham, but then as time went on and life happens and all that kind of stuff, I, have just not kept up. I have some of them on this bookshelf behind me right here. I have some John Grisham books, and I borrowed some from a friend of mine that liked him. So I've read him on and off, but I have not read everything by him. And it's been a long time since I read The Firm. But now that I know they have a sequel, I should reread it so that I can read the sequel. And one of my favorite books by John Grisham is not even a lawyer related book, and that is Skipping Christmas. I absolutely adore that book, and I've read that a couple of times. And if you haven't read it, it is fantastic. And there was a movie that was made with Tim Allen and Jamie Lee Curtis called Christmas with the Cranks, and that is based on Skipping Christmas. Most of y'all probably know that, but I subscribed. I'll watch your videos tomorrow. They're so sweet, Mary. I'm just going to tell you, Tammy, everybody who has a YouTube, a booktube channel or whatever thinks their community is the best, but I have to say I do have the best community. And a lot of our community is, I know, kind of melded from a variety of different genres and all that. So, and a lot of us follow each other and go into each other's sprints and do collaborations and stuff like that. So, I don't know. We just have a really, really, I think, fantastic community. My booktube community is like another family for me. I have made some really awesome friends here. All my peeps are amazing and very supportive. So I think you'll feel that. I just bought the sequel to The Firm for my mom. Very good. Are you planning on reading it, Mary? Mary Lou says, I used to love Justin Wilson's cooking show. Yes, I was his stage manager for 2 shows. I was his stage manager for the one in Lacombe, and then I was on the one that when he moved to Macomb, Mississippi. I did work on that one as well. I was his stage manager. So I was the one that was responsible for keeping him on time and giving him visual cues. Sometimes I think he was ignoring me and I'd be on the floor, telling him you've got like 2 minutes and you got to kind of wrap it up. And I was also the person, because it was in front of a live audience. And what would happen is I would go out to the little audience. It wasn't like tons of people, but a good many people, maybe 30 people or whatever. And I would explain to them, what their part in the show would be. And I would, cue them for stuff. And I had to listen to what the director was telling me so that I could tell Justin, like with hand motions and stuff like that. That's kind of like a stage manager, floor director kind of person. And then kind of like getting everybody in the audience. And what would happen is he would fix whatever it is for the day. I think we did 2 shows a day. He would fix whatever for the, for presentation, and then he would actually cook. And then the people who were in the audience got to eat whatever he cooked. And then he would finish up whatever he was demonstrating. And then the crew would be able to eat after everything was wrapped up. So it was wonderful. It was one of my most wonderful experiences working in television. And it was through the PBS station. I worked for Channel 12, WYES, not WW, WYES in New Orleans. And that's where I met Kelsey, actually, because she worked for WYES too. So that's how we became really great friends. Believe in yourself and your shelf. Jordan is telling you hello. I'm curious because I clicked on the link. What do you do on your channel? And she says she talks about books, and more books. So that's what she's all about, is books. Is there a time lag, or did your video log out on the stream because it's gone back to previous? No, we've been here. I have not read Grisham in a long time. I do like him, though. Me too. I like both his books about lawyers as well as the ones that are not. Like, I think there's one called Painted House. Some people didn't like that one, but I kind of liked it. I saw Christmas with the Cranks, and it was cute. Found the book sadly problematic, but seems people are split on that. Yeah, I guess because I read the book first. I don't know. I liked it. It's a great community. I found you through Lori. You can't go wrong with book lovers as friends. That's true. Just subbed as well. Thank you, Froggy. I haven't read a Grisham. Ooh, Mary. If I was going to tell anybody to start a Grisham, I would recommend The Firm first. And then during the holiday season, you can check out Skipping Christmas, because Skipping Christmas, I've actually given that as gifts to friends that I know are readers. And I'll give that because it's not a very long book, but like around the Christmas holidays, it's just a fun little book to have, I think. Agreed, Kat. This community is amazing. Everyone's so supportive. Yes. I love my booktube community. Let's put it this way. I don't think I would be as being able to handle as much if I didn't have this creative outlet to put some energy in and get the positivity and the feedback and the love and the support. I'm so glad. I'm so glad I started my channel because it really has helped. Sorry I pushed send. LOL. I haven't read a Grisham in a long time. I will wait to see if mom likes it. Yeah. Oh, so you have read Grisham. You just haven't read one in a while. Christmas with the Banks sounds like a horror movie. Well, it's Christmas with the Cranks is what they call it. And it is funny. Tim Allen and the basis of it is that they just don't want to do Christmas and they want to go on a cruise. And it's just hilarious. Some of the things that happen and how people are just giving them a hard time and judgmental because they don't want to participate in some of these things that they have to participate. Dinner is ready, so I must go. We'll try to come back afterwards. Have an awesome dinner, Mary Lou. And hey, Kat, I hope your mom is okay. I was asking earlier, when is Mardi Gras? I hope your mom is okay now. Oh, yes, Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras is actually on Tuesday, February the 13th. And I'm doing a Mardi Gras readathon with my friend Lori of Books, Ink, and Paper. It's actually her readathon, and she invited me to be a co-host. So I agreed because both of us are from the New Orleans area. Both of us have experienced Mardi Gras and the Mardi Gras season. But the readathon, the Mardi Gras season technically begins on January 6th, which is King's Day. We're going to start our readathon on January the 13th. It's a Saturday. Lori and I have to decide on what time we're going to do sprints. So everybody look on that if you want to get sprints. You do not have to be participating in the Mardi Gras readathon to attend sprints. Everyone is welcome, but it's just going to be the theme to kind of kick off our readathon. And anyway, I just think that's going to be a fun time. And then we are going to do a live show on Mardi Gras Day because neither one of us are going to Mardi Gras Day. We're, a little bit older, been there, done that. And with all the craziness, I'm just like, no, I am not going. But that doesn't mean I won't attend a parade at some point. I might do it because I am doing this readathon. It'd be nice to get some footage and all that to kind of show y'all how it is. So we'll see what happens. And I'm thinking about taking art class where I can make this Mardi Gras themed piece of art. So I'm interested in it and I need to register for it, but it looks like it might be fun. And I love to do art kind of stuff. I'm not great at it, but I love to try it. And I think it would be kind of fun. So that's towards the end of January. And it's here on my side of the lake. Oops, I meant my typo sounded scary. That movie is cute. Yes. Bye, guys. I'll see you later. I'm going to go do some things. See you next time. Bye, Jordan. I'm so glad you made it. Always welcome here and glad that you pop in to say hello. Okay, so let's go ahead and do another sprint. Do we want to do our Mad Libs? Let's do our sprint and then we could do Mad Libs next time. Because now that I'm not going anywhere, I can sprint a little bit longer. Time to go. Hubby's birthday dinner. Happy sprinting. Bye, Nicole. And say happy birthday to your husband from all of us. I hope y'all have a yummy dinner. Yay. Woot woot. Okay, so maybe we'll do that. Let's go ahead and just do a sprint. And then when we come back, we'll chat, see what everybody's up to, and then do all of our stuff. Yes, Alicia's on the same page with me. How long are you doing this for? I just got home. Oh, for a little bit because I don't have to rush off now. I'm going to be staying home tonight. So probably for a little bit. So you are right on time. We're about to go on to a sprint. I started the kitty cat. I just have to share it. Share. Okay, there we are. So happy sprinting, everyone. I hope you get something productive done, or if you're just relaxing, whatever you need to do. I'm going to try and read. Howdy, howdy. Welcome back. Doo-doo. Let me start the screen. Okay, so what did everybody get up to? I answered some messages, text, Instagram. I did start reading this one. Let me see what it actually is from. This was from an introduction to the Penguin Modern Classics edition of The Country of the Blind and Other Stories by H.G. Wells from 2007. And the title of this introduction was called From the Days of Future Past, The Country of the Blind and Other Stories by H.G. Wells. So that's the essay I'm working on right now. So it's kind of talking about science fiction and H.G. Wells and his writing, and about how, he was kind of criticized, that his short stories were not proper short stories, and he took that to heart. But when you think about some of the stories that, not short stories, I haven't read any short stories, but just his books, H.G. Wells, has some good books to his name, that's for sure. But I'm getting to the part where I think they're going to talk about some of Neil Gaiman talks a little bit about some of the plot details in some of H.G. Wells's short stories. So I'll finish that up the next time. But so I'm trying to see what everybody else is up to. We got some people that popped in. So I left off. Robin said, I'd love to be by a nice warm fire. Sounds good. Froggy said, just looked at last week's sprints where you showed the shark teeth, and it looks like I missed a lot of Stephen King talk. Yeah, you know me, Froggy. I love Stephen King. He is my favorite. Hello, Eloise, jumping in to boot the like button. I hope everyone is having a great day. Well, hello, Eloise. And hello, Emma. She's also telling Eloise and everyone else hello. Hello, Emily. Glad to be able to join. Hoping to finish my first book of the year, sipping Dom Perignon through a straw. Winter movie marathon is my choice. Excellent. Welcome, Emily. Just popping in to boot the like button. I'm so excited. I miss Emma. Emma and Andy and I need to do something together. I've got to get in touch with her. But again, life is kind of on hold a little bit, huh? And Lauren is here. Hey, friends, just got into the reading mode on the treadmill, listening to The Shining at the 28% mark. I wonder how you're doing on that. So nice progress, Lauren, from Alicia. Froggy saying still liking The Shining, wanting to know. I love that you're doing that project, Lauren. If I wasn't in the midst of a million things with my mom and trying to get my content together for all the stuff I have planned in January, and if I hadn't just read The Shining, I would be participating with you because I do. It's one of my favorites. Robin is eating and listening to The Last Word. Very good. What you eating? What'd you decide to eat? Something good? We're supposed to be doing pork roast tacos, I think, like pork. My husband made pork roast last week, and then he had frozen some of it from the leftovers. And so I think that's what we're going to have, like tacos. Amy read the first few chapters of Razorblade Tears. Ooh, Razorblade Tears. Sounds like that would be kind of scary. Like, do you get the tears because the razor blades cause it? I don't know. I made it up to 146 in the Folly and warmed up leftovers for dinner. Very nice. I like H.G. Wells. I have seen movies. I have never actually read an H.G. Wells story. Isn't that crazy? I read 5 French fables. Fun. Love it. And I know that you read them in French. I'm always impressed with that. I started reading Daphne du Maurier's Frenchman's Creek. It might be one for Garb August. Do you know I've only read, Mary, one Daphne du Maurier, and it is because of the FOMO book club. I read Jamaica Inn, and I liked it. I enjoyed it. So eventually I'll get to some more Daphne du Maurier. Froggy is 88% into her book, which is The Trap. That's excellent. Froggy making good progress. And then, hello, Jamie. Just got home. Glad I'm able to join. We'll be reading Find Him Where You Left Him Dead. Ooh. That must be like a murder mystery thriller. Sounds like one. Sounds good. And thank you for being here, Jamie. Finished supper with hubby before he heads back to the mines and did some sprint hopping. Very fun. And Faye said, oh, definitely, that's one of her trashier novels. Well, that's good to know, because if Ollie does Garb August, like the short one he did last year in February, that might be one I could add. Although Folklore February, I will be announcing some things with that soon. I'm trying to wrap up my stuff that I have at January, but hopefully I can have some time to think about how I want to do Folklore February this February. Kind of similar with like a little theme, but of course with flexibility. And I do have another group of politically correct fairy tales. So I might read those like I did last year. That's what I did for Garb August. It was my first one. I'm halfway through Lost Gods. I hope you're liking it, continuing to like it. And when the next sprint starts, I'll take a shower and then do a diamond painting while listening to the last word. What kind of diamond painting are you doing? Frozen deep dish pizza. Yum, yum. I like that. I love Jamaica Inn. Me too, Mary. I loved it. I was like, what a great introduction to Daphne du Maurier, in my opinion. It had all the Gothic feels to it. I really enjoyed it. And I know a lot of people like her most well-known one is Rebecca. So eventually I want to read that one, but I don't know if people know this. I had mentioned this, I think, when I had done my wrap up, but she actually wrote the story that the birds are based on. Alfred Hitchcock made that movie based on Daphne du Maurier's story. I just think that's cool. And Frenchman has a notorious gentleman pirate. And thanks, Faye. It does seem like it will be trashy. Amy said it's actually a crime thriller, no horror. I don't know if any razor blades are actually involved. Okay. Well, that sounds neat. And a crime thriller. I'm intrigued. Christina's going back to read next sprint, Color Purple, for the banned book prompt. Excellent. I love the Color Purple. I haven't read it since college, but it is one of my favorite stories. I'm curious to see how you end up liking that one, Amy. And a black cat behind a mirror or a circular frame. Okay. Oh, that's okay. The diamond painting. I'm like, I know I asked a question. That would be wonderful. I think I love cats. Black cats are nice. I have a Nene lives with me. Nene is not my black cat, but my oldest son's black cat, and she's beautiful. She's all eyes, like you can't really see her face. Sometimes it's just her eyes. Are you liking Razorblade Tears? I want to read it for S.A. Crosby this year. So, inquiring minds want to know, Amy. The Bird was a good movie, but off. Oh. Yes, it is kind of freaky, but I didn't realize that. Daphne du Maurier's The Birds is even better than the movie. Her story is actually set on the Cornish coast and is much creepier than Hitchcock's movie. That's good to know. And I actually think there is another story, and it might be Jamaica Inn. Hitchcock might have made Jamaica Inn also, or it was made into a movie. I think there was more than one Alfred Hitchcock movie based on Daphne du Maurier's work. So that's good to know. I'll have to get to that. I don't know when I'm going to find time to read everything I want to read. It's just too much stuff. Oh, and for Goodreads, I've decided I'm going to try to go for 100 books, because had I not had everything going on, I think I could have reached it this year. My goal this year was 75, not this year, in 2023 was 75, and I hit 75 in September. So I was like, I just know that I can reach this. Well, my reading tapered down October, November, December for obvious reasons. And I only got to 96. So I just decided, with all the readathons and the book clubs and stuff that I participate in, surely I can meet 100 books. So I don't know if it's being overly ambitious, and maybe I should have just done 75 with everything going on. But I'm like, if I meet it, I meet it. If I not, oh well. But I do think I can get to 100, especially with all the stuff that I'll be reading for everything, this year. Amy says, I'm only 4 chapters in, so no real thoughts. So far, it seems like fine. It seems fine. This is my first of his. And then I really didn't like it, but I know a lot of people do. That's Alicia. Hitchcock made Rebecca. Okay, so I knew that there was another one. And I haven't read Rebecca either. So eventually, I do have a copy of it. The Birds is on my TBR list. Yes, that's good. I would like to read that too. Don't Look Now is also a Du Maurier story and was made into the movie starring Donald Sutherland and Julie Christie. I did not know that, Jennifer. Can I tell you, that movie freaked me out as a kid. That little person, whatever it was, running around in the raincoat, freaked me out as a kid. And I have not seen that movie. I want to say I probably watched it as an adult, maybe in my 20s, but it has been a long time. And there's a movie that I watched during our movie marathon. Kelsey and I watched it, and Brooke Shields was in it. And it's Hush, Sweet Charlotte. Was no, it was not that. No. It was similar with the like person with the raincoat and this weird like face and all that. That was a creepy kind of movie, but it was also kind of weird. But it reminded me of Don't Look Now. That is an old movie and very creepy. Is it a good story? That is the story even creepier? I don't know. I have to check that out. I didn't realize that, so that's good to know. I just checked out the ebook for The Birth and other short stories. Very good. And yes, Don't Look Now is a creepy movie and short story for sure. Yeah, I remember it being, I was creeped out by it. My parents really didn't, I guess, censor what I watched because, and I do know, like my dad, believe it or not, my dad would take me to, I don't know if he would take my sister. My sister's 3 years younger than me, but I don't remember her being with us. But my dad and I would go to these like dollar movies, like in the middle of the week, like on a Thursday night or something. And we would see all these like horror movies, like B horror movies, like Food of the Gods, The Island of Dr. Moreau, The Evil. And I was young, and probably should not have been watching these movies. But I mean, we would see other movies too. Like he brought me to see Charlotte's Web. I remember that too. But we would see all these creepy movies in the movie theater. Don't Look Now was not one of them. I remember seeing that. That was on television. But it was like one of those kind of movies that just kind of creeped me out. And it's a wonder that maybe that's where my start with just wanting to watch horror movies came from. I don't know. But fun times, because we did watch a lot of really crazy movies. I really want to watch these movies again as an adult because I wonder if I would be as freaked out by them as I was when I was younger. Because and there's some movies that I've seen that like there's scenes in movies and it's like I cannot remember what the name of the movie is, but I just remember them like really giving me the creeps, both on television and in the theater. But The Evil was one of them that I was like, if anything else, my dad was like, I said, Daddy, if anything else happens in this movie, I am leaving. And this man takes a chainsaw and like cuts his fingers off to try to get out of this door. And he cuts his fingers off. And I was like running out the theater. I do remember that. I should watch that again. I rewatched Don't Look Now last year. Still creepy. Yeah, that would be good. Same. I watched so much horror as a young kid. Yeah, Gen X. I mean, it's not like my parents would let me just watch anything, but like when it came to horror movies, they just were fine with that. It's like it never crossed their mind. And I was younger when I saw The Shining, and that freaked me out. I can tell you, when I saw Stanley Kubrick's movie, The Shining, we didn't have a very long hall in my house. That hall is not very long at all. And I would be afraid, like if I was in the living room for a little while and it would be dark and I'd have to go to my room, I was always afraid, and I would look around the corner to see if those twins would be at the end of the thing, because they literally would have been next to my bedroom. So like, I don't want to go to my bedroom if those twins are there. Sounds like fun. Sadly, horror movies don't scare me, but some of them make me jump for a few seconds. I am more scared by horror movies than I am by books, believe it or not. Not that I don't think books are disturbing and give me, like scary vibes, but there's something about visually seeing it. Like, I think kind of like in your mind, you can kind of compartmentalize what you're reading horror wise to the point that you can kind of try to make it not as terrible. If that makes any sense. I don't know if y'all are like that, but I can kind of compartmentalize like certain things that I read and kind of try to not make it as bad. Like I try not to visualize it if I read it. Like I'm just reading it and try not to visualize it. Whereas if you're watching a horror movie, you can't because you are watching it. You're seeing it. Gen X kids here, Gen X horror kid here too. Very good. And still have not found one that scares me. Not even The Exorcist. I think The Exorcist is one of the scariest movies. I have seen it as a child, which was a horrific experience, and I have seen it as an adult, and I think I've only seen it as an adult one time. So I think I've only seen it twice in my entirety of my life, and I'm 54, because it freaks me out. I just, it's just creepy. There's some things I just can't keep watching. I've never read The Exorcist, and I'm kind of afraid that maybe it would freak me out. It's because of the devil possession. I really am a little hesitant about reading about devil possession because I'm just like, could it open a portal? Could it not? Or even watching it? I don't know. I'm answering my husband about we're doing those tacos, and he wants to know how many hard tacos, how many soft tacos. So I'm going with 1 hard and 2 soft since it's pork. That's what we'll do. Okay, let's see. I only jump when like a cat jumps out of nowhere or a car suddenly slams into the side of the car the camera is focused on. Okay, that's fair. I jump in a lot of things because some things I know I'm anticipating it and then it doesn't happen and then it happens when you're not. And then I'm like, ah. But there are lots of scary movies that like freak me out that I'm like, in fact, Cabinet of Curiosities, the Guillermo del Toro anthology on Netflix, that first one, that freaked me out. Like my husband and I were watching together. He fell asleep. And so when I went to sleep, I like got really close to him to the middle and I was afraid to turn to the side because I didn't want to see what was over there. And another movie that freaked me out was that movie with Ethan Hawke, where he finds those movies in the attic and it's that weird visitor entity or whatever it is, demon thing. That freaked me out because I watched that and I was totally alone in my house. My husband was out of town. My boys were not living at home. I think Andrew was in the dorm at that time. My oldest son wasn't living here. It was me, Tootie, and Poir. That was the 3 of us. So I knew nothing was going to happen to me because your dog and your cat sense stuff like that. But still, I was worried about that thing being in the bathroom. I had to go to the bathroom. So I went and I had to flick the light on because it looked kind of like that shape of that thing in that movie. I can't remember. I get Insidious and Sinister mixed up. I've seen both of them, but I get the titles mixed up. But that is a movie that freaked me out. Especially like the ending and everything. I mostly only read horror, but don't like to watch scary movies. Yeah, scary movies, if you can get one that's very scary, it can play on your mind for a little while. The Exorcist is disturbing, but not scary, and I just watched it again. Ooh, I'm impressed. That's all I can say. I hate jump scares. Yes, me too. The Exorcist is my favorite movie, and the book is one of my favorites too. I'm afraid to read it, Jennifer. Remember when they used to put movies on TV and they'd say based on a true story? Those creep me out a bit. That's why Criminal Minds creeps me out because they are based on real things. Law and Order, those episodes are based on true things that have happened in the news. And so I don't know, like I start getting kind of wigged out if I watch a lot of Criminal Minds or SVU, like marathons. I used to watch them on ION, the ION channel. especially if I was grading like papers, it'd be in the background and I would just watch. That's when I would have kind of nightmares from watching too much Criminal Minds. It's really weird. Yes, Sinister is it. But I still get them confused. Even horror books don't scare me, but I can actually see more in the books and I can actually in the movie. That go for all the books versus movies for me. Okay. Train Spotting did not scare me, but it got to the one scene and I could not watch it anymore, and then spent the whole night with my son. He was about 2 when I saw it. Yeah, it can get kind of, I don't know. Some of them can, they kind of linger for me. And then some of them, it's like, I just can't watch them again. Like it's like a one and done kind of thing. Criminal Minds has the creepiest of all the shows, I think. I think so. And I think part of the reason is because they are something that could really happen. Like, I don't know how you are, but if I've watched a lot of Criminal Minds, and I'm still kind of like this, if I get in an elevator and I'm in the elevator with only one other person, I am thinking, like, I have to kind of put my body in a certain way because I'm afraid that they're going to like put chloroform or something on me. They could be even a nice looking person, but nice looking people can be freaky. Or I think about Criminal Minds when I get into an Uber and I'm by myself. And even though the Uber driver looks nice and is friendly, I don't know. It's things like that, that Criminal Minds enters my mind. And I have a story to tell about that. I probably have told it already, but I'll have to save that for another time. Let's go ahead and do our Mad Libs, get our stuff together so that we can go on another sprint. So would y'all like some music? Let's see what kind of music we have. I wonder what music we have not had. I think we have done everything. Let's see what this is. This is called Acoustic Cinematic. Kind of sounds like something that you would play on a harpsichord. Just let me know if it's too loud. If it's too loud, I'll bring it down some. So I'm not going to tell you what the title of this one is because it's going to be funnier not knowing. But this has something to do with Christina, just saying. And it is from the Winter Games Mad Libs. And the first thing I need is a noun. A noun, please. A person, a place, or a thing. You should want Dexter. Oh, yeah, I watched Dexter. I love Dexter. Froggy, too. Dexter's one of my favorites. I'm watching the first season now on Paramount. It is fabulous. Okay, so Alicia has a dragon. Okay, Mary's got a troll. That's going to be funny. Okay. We have plural nouns, so I'm just going to make house into houses. I'm going to make coffee shop into coffee shops. And then we have a chicken leg. So clever. Okay, how about a number? Anybody want to give me a number? I think I'll only need one. It sounds like a weird little harpsichord. Amy's coming in first with 15. Very good. Let's see what other numbers we have. 999, so specific. 57, specific. 609, specific. I like these. 21, good. 200. Okay, I need another noun, please. Another noun. Lots of nouns. Since Lauren was here, I should have drunk out of my Shining mug. Okay, Mary's here with a dog bone. And then we have a lantern. That one's funny. Okay, broccoli from Christina. See, Emily's got Prince, I'm going to go ahead and put princes because we needed a plural noun. What else? Spaceship. Okay, another plural noun. I'm going to put this as plural noun. Cat. Let me see. Yeah, it'll work. We're going to change cat toy to cat toys. How about an adjective? A word to describe a person, place, or thing. We should put a little banner that we're doing Mad Libs. Ooh, slimy. Mary's got us with slimy. Ooh, maniacal. Maniacal. I'm glad I could pronounce that instead of saying maniacal. And then we have purple. Okay, that is all for adjectives. So let's see what some other people came up with. Awesome, my favorite word, one of my favorite words. Shiny. I think everything's awesome. Small, sparkly, hairy. Very good. Okay, I need a noun. Person, place, or thing. Noun, please. Okay, Christina has a shoe. Jamie has, okay, a tower. Oh, I'm gonna put yours under plural noun. So tower becomes towers. And then Austin. Are we saying Austin like the city Austin or Austin like a person Austin? Because that will make a difference. Then we also had school and we had football. So Emily, is it Austin? Let me know if it's person Austin or Austin, Texas. Okay. Yeah, I'll put that. So it'll be more specific. Okay. So let me make sure everything has been filled in. Very good. So we will go on another sprint, and when we come back, we will read the story. So let me get this. Are y'all okay with 30? I hope that's fine. I can always do a longer one. I'm turning the music off. Let's get ourselves sharing the screen. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see. And I'm getting, well, not a high five. What? It's great. I don't know what the official title of that would be. Christina says good here. And Amy says sounds good. Okay, so happy sprinting. I think I'm going to be going to eat some pork tacos. See you in a little bit. Okay, we are back. We are back. How's everybody doing? Okay, so I did no reading. I ate my pork tacos, and I only ate one soft one and one hard one. So I did that and talked to my husband a little bit. So we are back. And I also watched while I was eating, I watched Donna's channel, Mom's Book Collection. Donna was here earlier, and she is doing a New Year's readathon. So I think I'm going to participate because it's not just reading; it's also like doing activities. So some of them are pretty cool, and a lot of the books that I'm reading in January, I think they could fit some of her prompts. So anyway, you might want to check out her stuff too. So Donna, if you're still here, woot woot. Okay, so apparently the sign that Alicia gave me is the okay sign. Yes, I should have known that. Halco thinks pork tacos sound good, and he just had some spaghetti, which I think sounds very good. I have not had spaghetti in a million years. Jasmine is here. Hello, Jasmine. I hope you're doing well. I know you were sick for a little while, so I hope you have finally gotten better. And Joanna's here and wishing everyone hello and asking how we're all doing. How are you doing, Joanne? And Alex says, sorry, Kat, I disappeared for a bit and am trying my hand at my first oatmeal bake. That's interesting. Keaton's not feeling well, so I'm reading in the living room while he naps. Okay. So even if you're just here with me in spirit, that's fine. I appreciate that. And I hope that Keaton is feeling better. I hope he's not getting some kind of a bug. My friend Simon actually came down with like a 24, 48-hour kind of bug. He had night sweats and chills, and he ended up having to take some NyQuil and stuff. He didn't ever have to go anywhere, but it was just really weird because he's kind of a homebody and really didn't go many places. He was off for like 5 days, and you would know the day before his day to return back to work. That's when all this started happening to him. But yeah, hopefully tell Keaton I'm sending some positive vibes his way that he gets well. Amy got to chapter 8 and ate dinner. What did you eat, Amy? And Christina said, did not read either. I am doing a New Year's thing too. Very good. Halco said, I have so many booktube videos I need to catch up on. You and me both. You and me both. That's why we're kindred spirits. We're in the same boat, Halco. I am almost going chapter 1. Oh, wait, almost finished chapter 1, perhaps? And Jamie did dishes and got to 52% in Find Me Where You Left Him Dead. I love that title. And Zach, hello, Zach. Welcome back. I'm so glad that you're here again this week. Zach is reading The Miniaturist by Jessie Burton. That is a hard title. Like miniaturist. Hey, I said it. So proud. Because I can't pronounce things sometimes. Whatever I got has lasted over a week now. I read a couple of chapters. Very good, Alicia. I know the last time I got sick, it was, it started off like my allergy, hay fever kind of stuff. And then I think it did turn into a sinus infection of some sort. And I had that coughing. And that lasted, I want to say 3 weeks to almost a month. It was bad. And I had lost, my voice was terrible. I sounded like this. It was terrible. And there was parts where I was losing my voice as well. So I think mine was from, and maybe it happened to you, I was just really run down, extremely run down, not getting enough sleep and just being pulled in too many directions. So hopefully I will not get sick again. New Year's a-thon, Donna read thingy. Yes. Oh, good. So you're participating too. I just discovered it. So she popped in. So I wanted to be able to check her channel out, and I subscribed today as well. I have to go back and look at some of her other stuff, but it sounds kind of neat. And one of her prompts I think is hilarious. It's like, attend a party, bring a book that you would read if you attend a party. So like if you wanted to go to this party, but you wouldn't necessarily want to be at like partying at the party, but you want to read instead. I thought that was cute. And Robin said, yes. Alex said, thanks, Kat. Yeah, some people at his work came down with something, possibly strep. I made him take NyQuil, which he hates, but he has this pitiful cough. I'm going to tell you what I did, because normally when I have a cough, what helps me, especially because your cough gets worse in the evening, my tried and true with a cough has always been putting Vicks Vapor Rub on my throat and then taking Robitussin severe throat. It's cough and severe throat, something like that. Severe cough and sore throat. And that has always worked for me. And a lot of times, like if I just have that itchy throat kind of thing that I sometimes with hay fever, even though I'm on Claritin, it doesn't always work, especially in the evening time. Well, this time that would not work for me. The only thing that worked that allowed me to get sleep was Delsum. And it comes in 2 flavors, orange and grape. It is strictly a cough suppressant. So I put the Vicks Vapor Rub still on my throat and put it around my nose just so I could breathe that in. And also took the Delsum. And that helped me immensely. But I mean, I was trying Mucinex to try to get something to come up. Nothing was coming up. Nothing seemed like it wanted to drain. It was like the weirdest thing. And I don't get colds very often. And the only thing I can think is, I haven't been in the classroom in over a year. I mean, I retired from my instructional coaching job and being around the kids full time in May of 2022. And so now that I'm tutoring, you're looking at, I started in August of 2023. So I don't know if, I'm getting new germs from them, and just being run down does not help. Normally, if I don't get enough sleep, I will end up getting a little cold. So I hope that he doesn't have it for very long, but Delsum really does work. Froggy finished the trap in time for Rivet and Reed's live show tonight. Woo! Go Froggy. Go Froggy. You're so awesome. I'm glad. Did you like it? Can you give us a rating, or is it too soon? Because sometimes I got to marinate what I read. And sometimes I'm on the fence about it. And then when I start writing my review and I think about what I'm doing, sometimes if I'm on the fence about it, I change. They are prompts I can do. Declutter is a good one. Yes, I love that one. So I like the fact that they're flexible prompts. Alex, if he is congested and has a hard time breathing, I recommend over-the-counter Sudafed. Over-the-counter. You heard that? What kind of accent is that? Faye said, why can't I read more than 5 fables in half an hour? Possibly because you're reading them in French. I think reading them in French slows your reading down. My mom had to get Sudafed D. Very good. So again, another Sudafed person. Your immunity from children has gone down from not being around them as much. I think so, because in the very beginning when I started teaching, I do remember, being a little more sick more often, and then with your own personal kids, they bring the funk home all the time. And yeah, I mean, I just think I've built up like a resistance over the years. The only time I'd ever really get sick, and I mean, I don't really know if you can call allergies like a sickness. I would get allergies when the seasons would change. We'd have all of a sudden we'd have a cold snap, and I'd be out at carpool duty and had recess duty. And the next day I'd start with all the allergy, hay fever kind of symptoms. I'm not sure about my rating yet. I was confused by the ending, so I'm going to need someone in the live show to explain it. Okay, perfect. You're like me. I can't there's sometimes I can say that is a 5-star read, that is a 3-star read, or that is a 2-star read, which I've only had 1 2-star read. But sometimes I have to sit with it and think about it, and I'll put down initially what I think, and then as I'm doing my reviews, I'm like, one way or the other. It's probably end up somewhere around a 3-star. It was fine. I mean, if you got something from it, depends on the allergies. I have some that make me feel worse than if I was sick. Yeah, I guess so. I know for me it does. It depends on if it's affecting my eyes, and if I'm sneezing a lot, constantly sneezing. Yeah, it's too much. Okay, so let's listen to our story. Dun, dun, dun. So Robin said, we are the same. We don't get sick often when our allergies and sinuses kick in. It's horrible. Yes. Yeah, I knew what you meant. I love how when autocorrect or like you try to do something quick. Thank you, Kat and Alicia. The NyQuil has Vicks. Oh, very good. Very good. Here we go. So, Christina, does this ring a bell? You went ice fishing, correct? Remember we talked about being on a frozen pond? I believe it was you with the ice fishing. So this title of our story is called Q&A with a Champion Ice Fisher. So in my mind, I thought this would be hilarious that Christina will be our champion ice fisher. So now she remembers, it jogged her memory. So here it goes. It's a question and answer kind of thing. So the first question is, how does it feel to win a gold dragon? And our ice fisher says, I'm bursting with troll. It's as if I've won 1,000,000 houses. Question number 2, how do you always know there are coffee shops under the ice? Our ice fisher answers, you don't. You may have to drill more than 15 holes in the chicken leg to catch your first dog bone. Question number 3, what's the most important safety lantern you can give a would-be broccoli fisher? Answer to that question is, I always tell them what my slimy grandfather told me. Do not drill a fishing hole bigger than your waistline. Question number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. When you ice fish, you're battling the princes. How do you protect yourself against the spaceship chilling cold? The answer to that question is you have to wear protective cat toys or you'll freeze your shoe. I suggest heavy boots, wool-lined towers, and of course, maniacal johns are a must. Maniacal johns, as in maniacal long johns. And the last question is, when is it better to stay in the comfort of your Austin, Texas, than go fishing? And the answer to that question is, again, as my grandfather used to say, if the wind is from the east, fishing is the least. I've always followed his purple advice. And I guess if you go ice fishing, your extremities are probably all purple because you're freezing to death if you're a champion ice fisher. So that is for you, Christina. This story was for you. So if we had to title our sprints for tonight, what would our sprints be? Alicia likes the coffee shop under the ice. Yeah. Wonder if they would sell like frozen drinks, like from Frozen or something. And Amy likes not the slimy grandpa. That slimy grandpa. Protective cat toys, maniacal undies. Do not drill a fishing hole bigger than your waistline. Actually seems like good advice. The holes are generally smaller. Yeah, I think so. So, what would our would it be? Maniacal Johns and protective cat toys. Yes. I think that would be a good title for our sprints for tonight. Maniacal Johns and protective cat toys. Of course, nobody watching, or if they saw that title, they'd be like, what is going on Cats and Owl Adventures? I will go to the coffee shop under the ice, and I guess you'll get some iced coffee. Ba-dum-bum. I'm such a nerd. That would be iced coffee then, right? Yes, Christina. And protective cat toys. Yes. I do prefer my coffee iced. Ooh. That is where I have never really had iced coffee, so I can't say if I would prefer it over hot coffee, but I do love a hot beverage, a hot coffee beverage. Slimy grandpa's advice. Yeah. We have a slimy grandpa in the house. I wouldn't get it. Like, when you're ice fishing, fish can be kind of slippery. I don't know if they're slimy. I guess it could be, depending on what kind of water they're in. Froggy, help me. Froggy, help me. You're into that arena. I know you do frogs, but yes, I think it's hilarious. This is all hilarious. Okay. So again, we have to thank Alicia for these wonderful Mad Libs. We will continue with some winter Mad Libs until it's time for us to change to a different holiday or whatever. So let's see what everybody else is doing. I liked iced coffee, but when I am on the ice, that is correct. I would not like it on the ice because it would just make you more cold. I think you could call them slimy. Yeah, so you have a slimy grandpa because he's fooling with slimy fish, and I would call them slimy, yes. I haven't been fishing in a long, long time. I can tell you that. So I cannot remember. People think snakes are slimy, and they're not. Snakes really are not. They have scales, but they're kind of smooth. I like the texture of a snake, actually. I guess that's because I'm a fan of snakes. I'm a fan of Ice Cream Bar. That's all I can say. He's so cute. He's got the cutest little face. And he's getting bigger because he just shed and he looks a little bit bigger to me. So we'll see how big our speckled king snake gets. So we shall see. Okay, so how about we do another sprint? We are at 6:39. Is that good? Another sprint for y'all. Snakes are cute. Yes, they are. I think they're precious. Does anybody remember Grumpy Old Men? I love those movies. Yes, they go ice fishing in Grumpy Old Men. It has been a while since I've seen them, but I do love Grumpy Old Men. That's Walter Matthau, and is it Jack Lemmon is the other one? I've become a fan of snakes in the past year or so. Yeah, I love snakes. I just think that snakes have a really important job in our ecosystems. And I know that you got to be aware of the poisonous ones, but snakes have an important job for us. If we didn't have them, it'd be hard. Used to be scared of them. Yeah, it's not like I'm just going to go out in my yard and wrangle a snake and be like, hey, let's be friends. But to have a snake in your home, like as your reptile pet or your reptile companion, is fine. I mean, Ice Cream Bar is technically Andrew's snake, but I have taken over duties for him recently because Andrew can't take Ice Cream Bar with him. One thing I learned going ice fishing with my dad, don't crunch the ice in the holes. Your foot will get wet and cold. Well, that's good advice. And you didn't even have to be slimy to give us that advice, Christina. Thank you. I can't think of ice fishing without thinking of that movie. Exactly. Yes, exactly. But I don't think I would do ice fishing because I would be afraid to be on the ice because of all the movies I've seen where people have fallen into the ice. It makes me kind of freaked out. Love Grumpy Old Men. Yes. Yep. Jack. Yes. Walter and Jack. Yes. Walter Matthau to me is just, he's great. He really is. And Jack Lemmon too. See, I missed Halco. I love Grumpy Old Men and the sequel. So funny. Yes. I want to see you wrangle a snake and make him your friend cat. I don't know if I could wrangle a snake. I don't know. I'm kind of like, I like them, but I got to feel them out. And I guess it would depend on how big the snake is. Then maybe I could wrangle it. I'd be a snake wrangler. I've done a lot of wrangling, but probably don't be doing that when I move to Australia. Lots of venomous ones there. Yes, please do not wrangle any venomous snakes in Australia. Australia, Froggy, I'm sure you know this, has a lot of dangerous animals. I think they have the most dangerous animals on the whole entire planet. Am I right? I love crunching ice, but I don't love being on the lake. Safety first, Froggy. I don't do the cold. I'm a Florida girl. Gotcha. Danger noodle is my favorite term for snakes. If you would see Ice Cream Bar, Zach, you would at least like Ice Cream Bar. He is very cute. Very, very cute. And one day we'll have to bring him on. It'll have to be when it's a little bit warmer because when you take him out when it's cold, I just worry about him and his temperature. Now I have to go watch those movies. I don't think my son has seen them yet. Oh, that would be fun to show them to your son. Yes, lots of animals that can kill you. Yes. I prefer cute little snakes that can't bite me. Me too. I definitely agree with that. We had a boa constrictor way back in the day. My oldest son is 35, and we got it for him when he was in kindergarten. That's what he wanted. He wanted a snake. And we happened to get one that was a few years old, and his name was Bowie. That's what Barry named him. And we had him for quite a while. But then when we moved to the North Shore, we decided, because my husband and I were planning to have another baby. And I was like, I just felt a little weird about having a snake in the house that big, even though I knew he couldn't get out the cage, like intellectually. I was just like, what if we have a baby and the snake gets out? And because he was kind of big. And so we ended up with a second snake because, true story, I didn't wrangle the snake, but a neighbor down from my mom and dad's house came over and was telling my mom there was a snake in her tree. So my husband went over there and saw the snake that looked like a rainbow boa, but it was like in a tree. Obviously, it belonged to somebody and it got out, or they just let it out, which you should never let anything out like that, especially if you've been keeping it as a pet in your home for a while and caring for it. Well, we ended up bringing it to the house and we quarantined it from our snakes and kept an eye on it and all that kind of stuff. So we actually had two snakes, but we ended up giving them to a friend of my husband's. My son was fine with it. He wasn't mad or anything. So that's the only reason we ended up getting rid of our constrictors. Don't mind snakes. It's the other S thing I can't handle. Is that a spider? Those are the wild ones I'm not afraid to wrangle. We used to have a ball python. Wow. Those get pretty big, but they're beautiful. They have really cute puppy dog looking faces, in my opinion. That's what I have, Christina. Yeah, a python. Spiders. Yeah, I don't mind spiders either. You know what I'm afraid of? Cockroaches. Cockroaches scare the bejesus out of me. They're so... they fly after you and they want to land on you. Cat was trying not to say it. I'm so sorry. So sorry. It's the insect that shall not be made. Well, it's not really. A spider is not an insect, technically. It's a bug. It's an arachnid. And is it like Voldemort? He who shall not be named. Is this the arachnid that shall not be named? There's a wild carpet pythons where I'm moving. Ooh, that sounds nice. Oh, cockroaches are bad too. Yeah, cockroaches are disgusting. I love carpet pythons. I'm gonna have to go look that up. I do not do spiders. I will never have one for a pet. Yeah, I think I'm intrigued by a tarantula. I think those are pretty cool looking, but I'm just afraid, like, like, don't they like shoot their little hairs at you and stuff if they get startled? I don't know. I'm intrigued by it, and I think it would be cool to have one, but I'm not sure if I could handle it if it like spit out its little hairs. I will like them if I see them outside, but not if I find one inside, Alicia. I don't like arachnids in general. And I want to tell you something. I don't know if you've ever seen Arachnophobia, but they're supposed to be having a remake of that movie. So Jeff Daniels and I think John Goodman were in the original Arachnophobia, which I actually love, but I believe they're having a remake. It might already have been out, and I'm just late to the game here. Creepy, yucky, creepy, hairy, yucky, creepy, those eyes and fangs. You should look at a green bottle blue tarantula. Yeah, they have some beautiful ones. Beautiful tarantulas. Okay, so let us go to another sprint. Let me see where I'm at. Oh, I'm looking over here from my Pomodoro kitty, Pom Pom, as Faye has named our kitty cat. We'll do another 30 minutes. I'm liking these 30 minutes tonight. Of course, I have to share this. Okay. Froggy says it's specifically the coastal carpet python if you're looking it up. Okay, I will look that up. I bet you they're beautiful. I have, and they really don't need to remake that one. Graphics are so much better these days. If you find one, Froggy, pics for Discord. Yeah. Put in the Discord for the corns. We can even post to mine. Okay, so we are going to sprint. So happy reading, happy sprinting, whatever you're going to do with your 30 minutes. And see you soon. Welcome back. Oops. Okay. Okay, so I finished the essay or the introduction that Neil Gaiman wrote. It was his introduction to the Penguin Modern Classics edition of The Country of the Blind and Other Stories by H.G. Wells. And I must say, after reading his introduction, it makes me want to read these short stories. I mean, some of the names of the short stories are The Lord of the Dynamos, The Remarkable Case of Davison's Eyes, The Moth, A Catastrophe, The Argonauts of the Air, Under the Knife, The Story of the Late Mr. Elvesham, The Crystal Egg, The Man Who Could Work Miracles, A Dream of Armageddon. So I don't know. They sound pretty interesting. And there's even one called The Empire of the Ants. It's a story of eco disaster. So he kind of gives a little brief description of what the story is about, but then also what it's supposed to mean. And I don't know. They seem pretty decent sounding. And even there's one called The Wild Asses of the Devil. It's supposed to be a little brimstone, a little political commentary. What more could anyone wish for? So it was an interesting introduction that he wrote for this book from back in 2007. And it's got me curious. If Alex is still here in the chat, have you read any of H.G. Wells's short stories? I'd love to know, because I know you are big into science fiction. Also, Froggy put in the Kelsey Corns Patreon group some little snakes that she had found, and they're so cute. I did look up the coastal carpet snake, and that's a pretty snake. And it looks like it does come in different colors. It's not just like one particular color. So that was pretty interesting to look at too. And then I was kind of scrolling through Instagram and just checking out what people are doing on Facebook. I didn't want to start the next little introduction, so I may do that for the next sprints. And let's see. So Christina said read a few chapters and worked on a journal. On your journal, is it a book journal? I tell you what, Kelsey just released her video about her journal, her reading journal for this year. And it is amazing. I just love it. I wish I had the time to do it. It just reminds me, it like speaks to me, because it's like something you would do like if you're a scrapbooker. But I'd love to be able to do something like that. I know I don't have the time. It would take me for, I'm a slow scrapbooker to begin with. So, but it's something to think about for next year, possibly. Robin made it to chapter 3. Very good. I feel like H.G. Wells was ahead of his time. I think that's probably why he wasn't, maybe didn't get the credit due when he was alive. And that happened for many authors back in the day. Like you said, he was ahead of his time, so maybe misunderstood. Alex said, not the short stories. I've read War of the Worlds, though. Yeah, I haven't read any of his stories. Now, I have seen them, whatever kind of adaptations they've made, whether it's like a movie adaptation or a screen adaptation, but I haven't read any short stories, and I really do need to read more short stories in general. But yeah, H.G. Wells is very good, but I haven't read those yet. Yeah, so that was apparently in his collection called The Country of the Blind and Other Short Stories. And is H.G. Wells, I guess I should know this, but I haven't read anything by him. Is H.G. Wells English? Because if so, depending on when these stories were published, I think he would be considered Victorian. Like it would be considered Victorian literature, depending on when they were written. Yeah, Alicia, I love Kelsey's journal so much. I really, really wish I could do something like that. I just think it's awesome. It would just make me really even more excited. I'm always excited about reading, but even more excited about reading, because then you mark all your stuff in it. But I don't know. I can't do anything else. Jamie said, I made it to 61% of Find Him Where You Left Him Dead. It's been described as Jumanji, but Japanese mythology inspired by a group of 4 friends trying to complete the game and save their friend. That sounds pretty cool. I love Jumanji. Christina says, it is an accountability journal, what I accomplished during sprints and what I'm reading, and hydration, steps and other exercise projects and everything. That is awesome. I like that. Did you create your accountability journal, or did you buy this particular journal and you were able to kind of, make it your own based on what you wanted to do? I know the whole reason Kelsey made her own was because she had bought a journal and she just really didn't use it because of how it was formatted. And this way she could put her own personal touch on it. But yeah, I like a good journal. Alicia used to have a collection of his short stories, but lost it somewhere along the way. That's a bummer. And he was English. Okay, so he would be considered probably Victorian literature, because I have to double check dates, but it says in this one page, they were not proper short stories, a criticism that Wells took to heart in his 1911 introduction to The Country of the Blind and Other Stories. So he didn't put dates of when these short stories, like, I guess so if it was 1911, possibly when it was produced or published. Yes, 1911. So I have to look at the Victorian dates. If I'm not mistaken, let's see what those Victorian dates are. I wrote it down because, I did Victober, and what I think would be great for me, oh no, they would not be. Never mind. Victorian literature was from 1837 to 1901. So maybe some of his work would be, but not necessarily the short stories. But since Victober is in October, I think it would be kind of neat to try to find Victorian literature that would really suit the spooky season. Like Dracula would be perfect for the spooky season, but I'm sure there's others. The Woman in White by Wilkie Collins probably would fall in that category. So I need to do some research before Victober happens. Now, with that being said, I am going to read the other Victorian literature that I picked up at the Friends of the Library because they all sound wonderful. And as many of you know, I absolutely fell in love with Anthony Trollope's writing with the book, that chunker that I read in October. But I would like to read that maybe more throughout the year. But it would be nice to be able to kind of have my Victorian literature and the spooky season kind of mesh together, so that I'm not trying to read too much. Like, to me, October is just spooky time. Not that, I read spooky books all year round, but you really want to immerse yourself in spooky stuff. At least I do anyway. He sure was English. I'm using a sketchbook so I can change it every day if I want and make it what I need. That is perfect. I love that. H.G. Wells is English. I've read The Time Machine, War of the Worlds, The Island of Dr. Moreau, and The Magic Shop. All of them are good. I have that collection too. Awesome. So you're very well versed in H.G. Wells. I like that. So now I'll know who to ask of. Okay, so I'll ask you right now, Zach, where would you start with H.G. Wells? If you had to recommend H.G. Wells to someone who's never read him, but is kind of familiar with the stories because of the films that were made, what would you say? What would you say? I know The Time Machine was published in 1895, so that would fall into the categories. Look, I already forgot what I said. Can you tell? My brain is mush. 1837. So yeah. Okay. So The Time Machine, would you consider that a spooky enough story to read for the spooky season? And Alicia says it's short too. And Jasmine said, are you going to put out TBR for the Mardi Gras readathon? I plan to. As you know, my mom, I don't know, maybe you don't know, but my mom broke her hip on December the 23rd. And because of that, I have been traveling every day to the South Shore, which is an hour away from where I live. And I have been spending the night every night with my mom since December the 23rd. Tonight is the first night I will actually be spending the night in my own bed. So, but I'll be heading back over during the day because she's now in a rehab hospital. So it's a little bit different. I mean, you can visit. The administrator told me I could visit anytime, 2 o'clock in the morning if I wanted to, but I can't stay there overnight with her. So, which means I'll probably be going more like during the day. My schedule might fluctuate. So I am planning to put a TBR out. The Mardi Gras Readathon, I would love to be able to do it before January 13th, but keep in mind the Readathon is a month long, January 13th through February 13th. One of the reasons I haven't gotten it all together, I have some books picked out, and you'll be surprised I have a picture book too, is because I am hosting Folklore February, and it would be nice if I could find some Folklore February, some books that could kind of help with both of them. So I don't know if it'll be possible because I haven't made all my prompts yet. I'm still thinking about what I want to do. I had a project video I had to put out. I had to film Tuesday, and that's releasing tomorrow. I have to do the Mardi Gras marathon. I mean, readathon. I want to call it a marathon. I do not know why, but I need to do that one first. So in a perfect world, if I could film it sometime well, it won't be tomorrow, but maybe Friday, Saturday, and can get it edited maybe early next week because the readathon actually kicks off on the 13th. I'm also going to try to vlog Winterween. And then I also have to get out a readathon, my TBR for Edgar Allan Poe, which is going to be on the 19th. So, yeah, I'm trying, Jasmine. It may be the kind of thing that I have some recommendations and stuff, and I might go with what I have and just have some books that I've pulled and not sure will they fit in until after I get in them and read. But I can tell you my picture book has to do with food. So I got that one. And then also the group read, New Orleans Morning, is going to actually count for a couple of prompts. So yeah, I haven't had time to really fool with that because I was getting my Winterween books picked out because that starts Friday. And then I was doing my books to get ready for my project that will release tomorrow. And what else? I brought my Edgar Allan Poe books with me to kind of look through to see how I was going to plan that. I do know I'm going to be reading the group reads, and I would like to read a book called A Man Named Poe. We'll see. So didn't mean to make that long-winded, Jasmine. Sorry. Zach said I'd start with The Time Machine or War of the Worlds. They would both be good for spooky season, but The Island of Dr. Moreau is the scariest. I remember seeing that. I don't know if y'all have seen The Island of Dr. Moreau, but I saw it, not the Val Kilmer one. I think I have seen the Val Kilmer one, but that's not the one. I think I like the original one with Michael York. I believe he's the guy that visits the island. So it would be kind of neat to read The Island of Dr. Moreau and then watch the movie again because it's been a long time. The Island of Dr. Moreau was one of those movies that my dad took me to go see in the movie theater. And I remember it being kind of intense because of what they did to the people. So, okay, I'll have to see publication date for Island of Dr. Moreau, but you say to start with Time Machine or War of the Worlds. Okay. War of the Worlds. And I believe War of the Worlds is short too, if I'm not mistaken. I think my son Andrew has that, so I could always borrow his copy. So Alicia says, I love The Time Machine. It's not scary, but it's good. I agree, Zach. Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kat. I didn't mean to make you feel rushed or pressured. I hope your mom is on the mend. No, you don't. You're not making me feel rushed or pressured. It's just I'm just trying. I guess I'm kind of thinking out loud too about when I'm going to do it. But yeah, a lot of things that I was supposed to do. I had my whole little to-do list, and all that kind of went out of the window when that happened. I'm like, if it's just one thing after another, And I just feel like how, I can't even make it up. And I almost hate to make a plan, like say I'm going to plan to do something, because it seems like every time I say I'm going to plan to do something, something cuckoo happens and my plan is like thrown out the window. I'm glad to hear your mother is doing better there. I hope she heals quickly. Me too. Me too. I hope she doesn't have to stay at the rehab hospital very long. I'm hoping we could get her home and get her on a schedule and make sure something like this doesn't happen again. On second thought, you should probably skip The Island of Dr. Moreau. It's about surgically modifying animals and it's super dark. Okay. Well, maybe not. War of the Worlds is longer than The Time Machine, but it's still a shorter book. Okay, that's good to know. And I just love getting ideas from your TBRs. They inspire my reading ideas and whatnot. Well, one of them on here, I'm excited because I happen to pick actually two of them. I'm looking at them right now. Two of them are actually books that I picked up at a Friends of a Library big book sale that they had. So it'd be great to be able to read those. One of them, I'm not sure how I can fit it in. With the prompt. So that's what I have to kind of look at and see. But one of them definitely I'm considering because I'm curious to see how this author's writing is compared to his mother's. So I'm going to be leave you in a little bit of suspense about that one. But one of them also too, I picked, I've been having them on bookshelf for a long time. I'm trying, if I can, to use books that I already own instead of buying them. Although y'all might have seen me, I opened up my Amazon. This is a brand new book called Sky Song. And this is by Abby Elphinstone. I don't know if y'all have ever read anything by her, but this is the novel that they picked for the Cozy Cottage Book Club that I participate in. It's supposed to be a story of an eagle huntress, a boy inventor, and a wicked queen with a castle made from ice. But it's also a story about finding a place to belong, even at the farthest reaches of the world. So this is something that I should be reading in January as well. I kind of wish it was in February because it would fit really great with Folklore February with having a queen and all that kind of stuff. But I could also use that maybe for royalty, for my because it is it's a white, what is it, the White Queen? What did I just say? The Wicked Queen with a castle. She is an ice queen. Yes. So I wonder if it's kind of like going kind of like a retelling maybe of the Snow Queen, which I read that picture book last year. So maybe that might be something I could put on there. But no, not in any way did you make me feel rushed or anything. I hope I didn't give that impression. That is not the case, Jasmine. I'm just kind of explaining why I'm so behind. I was already behind and now I'm even more behind. Christina said, I want to reread The Time Machine this year. I think it's my year to do that. That would be fun. Long series and rereads. Excellent. I know how you feel. I keep getting library books, which all come at one time in a big group, and books I have, I don't even read. Yeah. And I want to try to start using the library this year. That is one of my goals on my 24 for 24 list that I'm supposed to be creating at some point too. January, I've decided that January is going to be my month to organize and get through the year because I'm behind with that. And I'm off the way on, you're off on 3 books of the month. Oh, so yeah, I can't, it's a lot. And I'm just hoping my reading is going to pick up because like I said, I haven't started anything yet. I'm kind of waiting for Winterween and that's going to kick me off and I'm excited. And I really am hoping I can vlog it like I did Summerween. Now it may not be filled with lots of activities, more like just a reading vlog along the way, but at least I can do that. And then it's kind of like I don't have to do a wrap up. I'll kind of show you the books that I'm reading, but like I haven't even made a January TBR because I'm involved with too many things. I'm waiting for 3 books of the month to come in. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so we'll do one more sprint for 30 minutes if that is great with you, because my husband is on vacation this week and he is building us a fire because it is cold here in Louisiana for once. It's been cold consistently. I haven't been able to really enjoy the cold weather because of, being where I'm at, in the hospital or in the house or whatever. But I'm excited. I like cold weather. I didn't like it being rainy this morning, but it cleared up and we got sunshine. But I do like the coziness of cold weather. And then we're going to watch some Jack Reacher. We made it to episode 3 of season 2. So tonight we'll do like episode 4. So it'll be nice for us because my husband and I have not spent any time together. All good. I'm trying to read things I already own too. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Just got back and ready to get back to reading while I clean up Xmas decor. Almost done. Haha. Yeah, guess what? I'm going to have to be clearing my cards and everything, but I'm going to save them. I love all the cards that I received this year and all the goodies that were inside. It's just wonderful. Also getting my post short stories list going. Ooh, fun, fun, fun. I'll be making that after I make my Mardi Gras TBR. I'm excited because I'm also going to give some little recommendations, I think, of people that if they've never really dived into Poe. Robin says, I'm going to watch a movie, Ashley. So thank you for the sprint and seeing this week. I'm so glad you came, Robin. Enjoy watching your movie, and I'm hoping to see you again next week. Have a wonderful rest of your week, and have a great weekend. Alicia said that sounds like a cozy night. Yes. I just realized that I never read The Raven. Like what? Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, Lauren. I would have thought you would have read The Raven at least, especially. Oh, and you know what? I am going to be talking about you in my video. I hope you don't mind, but your video last year for Poe was phenomenal, in my opinion. And I am going to plug that because I think people should take a look at it. Enjoy, Night Cat, and thanks for sprints. Thank you. Like I said, we're just going to go ahead and do one more thing of sprints, and then we will call it a night. So let me get Pomodoro Pom Pom started. Thank you, Alex, for being here. I see you have Friday sprints, so I will definitely be checking out your sprints. I'll see you there. And we can talk more possibly about that buddy read if you can hold off until like Marchish. That would be good. She got an octopus book for Christmas, and I have that book. I received it from a book exchange. Speaking of Christmas cards, I'm working on more bookmarks. I forgot to tell you, I am making some that are bigger too. I love my bookmark that you sent me. I really do. I can't wait. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so here we go. We've started. And so happy reading, everybody. Yes, it is. Christina's telling Alex, have a beautiful night. See you on your sprints. I love that we're like our friends are all melding together, Alex. Loving that. Welcome back. Okay, let me turn off our kitty. Okay, so what did everybody get up to? I actually started watching the 4th episode of Jack Reacher, season 2, and my husband built us a fire in the fireplace. So we're probably just going to do that one episode, and then it'll be time for us to go to bed so I can get a good night's sleep. I will probably read a little bit, I think, before I go to bed. Read some more from my Neil Gaiman book. Like I said, I don't really want to start my Winterween stuff until Winterween actually starts. And I hopefully will get to vlog that as well. Let's see where we left off. So excited that I got to spend more time because I really did think I was only going to be on for a couple of hours. So glad. Alex and I were talking about the octopus book that she got, and she's saying that March will be here before we know it anyway. So, because she was looking, she said, "Well, do you want to do a buddy read?" And I was like, as long as it's not January, February. I got too much going on. And so Alex told Christina good night. She went away. And Nicole came back for the last 15 minutes. How did your hubby like his birthday dinner? I hope it went really well. So sweet of you to pop back in. And then Joanne came back, wishing everyone a hello and asking what everyone's working on. And Nicole's letting her know that she's back to reading The Romance of the Forest. How about you? I think Alex signed off. That was correct. And Joanna's doing pretty well. Thanks for the update. Just got back home from the mall, so I'm working on revisions of Project Sugar and Spice now. So awesome. Thanks so much for Sprints Cat. I feel a lot more organized now. Well, you are very welcome, Lauren. I do need to do a bit of organizing myself. Like I had mentioned at the beginning, I look around my office and I'm like, oh, it is a disaster. Y'all can't see it, but I have stuff all over the floor. I have piles of stuff that just need to be put away. I need more bookshelves. That's what I need. Will you read by the fire now that you had your movie night? I actually probably could read by the fire after I finish with Reacher. We just got into the first 20 minutes of the episode. So I think they're about 40 minutes. So we might have about 20 minutes more. So I can watch and then I can read by the fire. Read at least one more article or essay. It's actually, I say an essay. It's an introduction. And it's not very long. It's actually, Neil Gaiman wrote this introduction to Cory Doctorow's Information Doesn't Want to Be Free, Laws for the Internet Age back in 2014. So it's only 4 pages. So maybe I could read that by the fire and I will have gotten both of my things in. Froggy watched the Trap live show and read a bit more of nonfiction about extinction. Very nice. So, Froggy, let me ask you, do you like to read nonfiction and fiction? You gravitate more towards fiction and more towards nonfiction, or you have a good balance? I love reading nonfiction. I just don't read enough of it. And it also takes me longer to read nonfiction, just in general. Zach got to 62% in The Miniaturist. Also, The Invisible Man is another good choice for H.G. Wells. Is The Invisible Man Victorian? Let me see. That Invisible Man. Oh, of course, you know what came up? In the movie that just recently came out. I don't know if it has anything to do with that. 1897. Let's see, it was published as a novel the same year. So that would count, right? If it was 1897. So Invisible Man. But do you think, Zach, I should start with The Invisible Man? Or should I just stick with what you said, Time Machine and War of the Worlds? I mean, I know that even if Time Machine or, is not really spooky, or War of the Worlds is not really spooky, I could still read it in October because it's science fiction and it would be kind of creepy if you had War of the Worlds, I think. I mean, just based on the movie that I had seen. Christina finished all the laundry and got to chapter 60. Excellent. Read another 5% of my book. Way to go, Jamie. Thanks for sprints. Well, thank you, Christina, for being here. I appreciate you being here with us. He loved it. All you can eat sushi buffet. That sounds awesome. That is a wonderful birthday dinner, I think. I haven't had sushi in a while. Maybe I'll have that for my birthday. My birthday is coming up soon. It'll be next week. I can't believe it. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you, Joanne, for being here. And if anyone's interested in donating, I'm still raising money for commission character art for Project Sugar and Spice. There's our information for anybody that wants to support an indie author. I like blah, blah, blah. I like nonfiction, but don't read much of it. I generally pick up science and nature, nonfiction, memoirs. Oh, yeah, I like memoirs. I really do. I find them fascinating. And I do like memoirs that might not necessarily be a memoir on a famous person. Like sometimes you can find some really fantastic stories that people, of like a snippet of a person's life. And I like that. In fact, Gretchen Rubin, who I've been reading ever since I read The Happiness Project, her Happiness Project book and Happier at Home, and also the book I recently read in November, Life in Five Senses, that those are memoir type books because she does like experiments with things in her life to kind of make her life a little more happier. She even has a podcast. She and her sister do a podcast called Happier with Gretchen Rubin. And then they also do More Happier, which is just another, it's like more of a low key version of their happiness, Happier Project. But I like that because a lot of times, like I like do some of the things that she talks about. And that's where the trifecta comes in. Your one word theme, your whatever year it is, the number of items for that year. So I'll be doing a 24 for 2024 list. And then also there's always a little extra challenge. And this year it is Write 24 in 2024, which I'm excited because I need to get back to my writing. I think about 10% of my reads last year were nonfiction. Yeah, I'm probably about the same. I don't think on Goodreads they break it up. That's one of the things I have to be better about this year is I don't keep track. I need to keep track of what I'm reading because it's so hard to go back and think about those things and how many books which ones become your favorites and all that kind of stuff. So I have to be better about that this year. But I'm in the same boat you are, Farging. Oh, what day next week? Oh, the 11th. I'm sorry. I'm like trying to think what day? January the 11th. So Winterween starts on January 5th and ends on the 11th. Yeah, because the 12th would be Friday. So my birthday is on a Thursday this year. So maybe we can like do some party stuff on Wednesday. Happy early birthday. Thank you. I feel like I tend to read more nonfiction in January and February to start my year off with some inspiration. Yeah, that would be nice. I sometimes do that. I read Tranquility by Tuesday last year, but that is a good point. Get you a jump start. I enjoy some nonfiction, really. I like inspiration. I like to learn. I think that's why I like nonfiction is I'm a lifelong learner. I just love to learn about stuff. The Time Machine and the War of the Worlds are the most entertaining. The Invisible Man is good, but it's slow. The Time Machine has creatures called Morlocks that make it good enough for spooky season. Okay, so I am going to put The Time Machine. I've got to see when it's published. I think maybe Alicia told me 1895. If that is, then I'll be able to read that for spooky season and also for Victober because I want to try to get some spookier titles for Victober. Are you on Storygraph, Cat? I love it for the end of year stats or even monthly stats. No, I sure am not. I know that they do half stars in that too, but I don't even know where I'd find the time to even create an account with that. I've just got to figure it out. But a lot of people seem like they're going over to Storygraph more than using Goodreads. I've just been on Goodreads for so long that I don't know. It's hard to change. kind of thing. But maybe it's something I can check out later in the year if it works out. Maybe it'll be one of those things I can do, put on my list for 2025. Or maybe I could put it on my 2024 list to create an account and then be more active with it in 2025. I know you're on the 10th. I'm so excited because if you think about it, you're on the 10th of January. I'm on the 11th, and Kelsey is on the 13th. So we're all together. And my son, my oldest son, is on the 1st. So we have, and then my sister's on the 31st. I have a lot of January people I know, and I have friends that are in January too. But yeah, so 10, 11, and 12. So your birthday will be on the night of sprints. So we'll have to celebrate you, Froggy, next week. Actually, we should come up with like a little cocktail or something for Froggy on that night. A Froggy drink. Happy early birthday. Thank you, Alicia. To you too, Froggy. Woohoo. Happy early birthday to you, Froggy. Woohoo. 1895 indeed. I do recommend that one. Yes. So I have that starred. That will be one I definitely will do. I do not have a copy of that one, but I'm sure I could get I could get a paperback. Not too expensive of it. The Time Machine is good. Both movies were off a bit, but they were good. Yeah, I don't know if I ever saw the Time Machine movie. I know I saw War of the Worlds. The War of the Worlds that I saw was the one with Tom Cruise, so that might not have been the best one. Birthday sprints, woot woot. We can make swamp water for Froggy. Ooh, what does swamp water entail? It sounds nasty, but I'm sure it's not. So maybe Froggy would like that. Swamp water for Froggy. Kind of like a bog. You know, I have a book. Well, I don't have it. It's my son's book. It's called A Frog in a Bog. Very cute. So have a beautiful night. Thank you, Christina. You have a beautiful night as well. There are 2 movies, the old one and the remake. I like the old one best, as usual. Yeah, the older ones are usually pretty well done. And I bet you it's in black and white. So that makes it even as fantastic. In fact, it's funny because my mom was watching the classic movie channel and I happened to come in. It was Abbott and Costello, and it had something to do with the Invisible Man because the Invisible Man was trying to have some kind of surgery done so that he could be a real man again. But I don't think I ever saw that Abbott and Costello, which I used to love their movies. So I don't know. Maybe it'll be something like that. Thank you, Kat. Your sprints are great. I love having scheduled time to read or complete projects. Well, thank you, Jamie. I love you being here. And I'm glad you got some reading done. And hopefully you'll be back with us next week. So have an awesome rest of your week. And please be safe and enjoy your weekend. Thanks for sprints. I'll have to remember to pop in next week too. Yeah, just say hello so we can all be like, woo, woo, happy birthday. I could sing happy birthday to you on sprints. It'll give me a reason to sing. You know how much I love to sing. No, actually, it's in color. Black and white would be awesome, though. Yeah. Thanks for sprints, Kat. Well, thank you. And enjoy your cozy night by the fire. Thank you. Thanks for hosting. Thank you, Nicole. Thanks, everyone, for stopping by. You know, I appreciate y'all very, very much. I've had a great time hanging out with everyone, and I look forward to seeing you again next week or in a video. So be on the lookout because I am releasing a video tomorrow about this little project I'm doing. I was just going to say then Kat could sing. Yes. Yes. Enjoy a night of rest finally. Yes, I will. So I won't be getting in bed too late. That's for sure. And if I can sleep really well tonight, I'll be energized for tomorrow when I have to go back to the South Shore. But as I was saying, thank you, everyone, for being here, for hanging out. I love you guys. And in the meantime, stay amazing and be adventurous. Enjoy the rest of your week. Have a great weekend. Do something fun. And I'll see you soon. Bye.